Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Cy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
We're in Braves Country.
Good afternoon, Braves Country. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you're doing great. After that big win, big dub put on the board. I think that this game here is going to have a little different feel, as we all suspect we're going to be in for one heck of a dogfight tonight, this afternoon. However you want to look at 4:10 first pitch. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play coming up here in a sec. Wanted to get you started for it. I thought one of the best tweets I saw last night was, so the Braves won 16-4. A girl on Twitter tweeted out the Marlins got square rooted. It's a great way to word that. Okay. So if you missed this little nugget, ESPN threw this up this morning. I didn't see it live because I rarely watch the 4 letters live anymore unless there's an actual ball game on. I can only deal with so much. What's LeBron doing? What's he eating for breakfast? But evidently, they put a statistic out there showing the beginning of June where the Mets were 3.5 out of first. Remember that big series that we had with the Mets? And now, I mean, this is incredible if you think about this. By the way, happy Bobby Bonilla Day, right? Every July 1st, he gets his bag. I think that still goes on for like another 12 years, something like that. I want to say 2035, whatever it is. But now the New York Mets are 18.5 behind the Braves. What's even more phenomenal about this run, they were 3.5 behind the Braves June 1st. They are now 2.5 in front of. They were 3.5 behind the Braves from first place June 1st. They are now 2.5 in front of the Washington Nationals for last place at 18.5 games behind the Braves. 21 games are the Nationals. If you would have told me beginning of the season, hell, if you would have told me at the beginning of June that the Mets would be 18.5 games out of first place going into July 1st with the week. And here's the thing, they haven't had any major injuries this month. They can't even really blame injuries on this. Just poor performance. Unbelievable story, but they are no longer our focus at this point. Our focus are the Miami Marlins. And I still say keep an eye on those Phillies. I don't think it's over for the Mets per se. They could get hot and make the wild card in a miraculous run, but they better get hot quick because that team's going to sell off. They have until the end of the month, 31 days. And remember, we take a big break for the All-Star game. So you really only have about 20 games or so to make up a heck of a deficit. Right now, this is how bad it is. The Mets are 10 games out of the final wild card spot. 10! What's even more concerning, and this is why I say they're going to be sellers no matter what realistically happens, along with the Padres, who are 9 out of the final wild card, they would have to leapfrog, for the Mets to get in, they would have to leapfrog the Padres, the Cubs, the Pirates, the Brewers, the Phillies, and the Giants. Or possibly if one of the other top 2 teams who they're really close together, if they were to free fall, you can add Marlins and Dodgers to that list. But they would have to, of those, what is that, 7 teams that I named, 9 in total. Of those 9 teams, they would have to leapfrog 7 of them to get into the playoffs. And when you're that far back, you're asking for a lot of help, especially because there's a big gap between where the Brewers and Phillies sit at 2.5 and 3 out of the wild card and where the Mets and Padres sit at 10 and 9. You know, the Padres scuffled last year and they finally started turning it on, but they weren't this far back. What's different about this year compared to other years, or specifically, let's just go with last year, Marlins and Giants were not playing this well. So the scuffling by the Phillies, which happened last year, the scuffling by the Padres, the Mets. Now, the Mets had a big lead at this point. They just collapsed. But I still say to this day, and it's just your perspective, because they're Mets fans, they have doom and gloom in their DNA. The Mets didn't really collapse. The Braves got absolutely roasting white hot. To make up the ground that they made, the Mets still won 100 games, 101. That's not a collapse. A collapse would be you got a big 10-game lead in June, and somehow you finished at 500. That's a collapse. They played solid baseball. The Braves they were unbelievably hot down the stretch. And I still say that Braves team was better than any team that made it into the postseason last year. They ran out of gas. And that's what we need to monitor this year, is that this team doesn't run out of gas. And I think it's going to be different, because you can continue to play hard and play well if you don't have the pressure of feeling that you're scoreboard watching, you're running someone down, you're running someone down, you're running someone down. It's a different mindset. And then when you get to that final week, if you have a healthy lead, you can really monitor how you want to do it. It'll be interesting to see how they monitor going forward. We're already seeing it with the pitching staff. Schuster and Shawver have pitched well. They sent them down to give them a break because of the young arms. They gave Soroka a chance. Soroka, all in all, if you look at the scorecard, it's going to look really well a really well pitched game, but it was not a dominant performance by any stretch of the imagination. There were a couple of pockets where he looked really good, but you also got to take with a grain of salt that the Marlins don't have a very good offense. The good news for Soroka, he'll be in line right now to pitch Wednesday against the Cleveland Guardians, and their offense is one of the few offenses that rivals Miami in being very inept. It's a miracle to me. It just shows you how good of a pitching staff the Marlins and the Guardians have, that they're in the playoff race with the offensive output that they've had. So Soroka will have a chance to have another positive outing going into the All-Star break. And I'm sure a lot of that was planned. They could have brought him back at any other point in time, but they wanted him to have an opportunity to play at home against the Marlins, whose offense stinks, and they knew that was lining up for what last night was essentially a bullpen game. They were hoping 4 to 5 out of Hoeing, but he's only had a few starts. And past that, you look at the Cleveland series, and he'll have a chance to play someone who hasn't seen him. He'll have an advantage there. But I still say, if you want Soroka to be something long-term for this team, and we get the idea of what he did in 2019 and whatnot, where he was second in the Cy Young voting, you're going to have to get him to have more of a snap on that curveball or off-speed pitches. I said curve, but I meant his slider and his changeup. The problem is his slider looks like a curve a lot of times. There are times where it's got snap, and that's what's dumbfounding about the whole thing. So we'll worry about him down the road, but that's just kind of my final thoughts on him, because what I saw last night, he got in trouble. Let's be honest, he got bailed out by the offense. He has one more year of arbitration, which he won't cost the Braves much because he won't make that many starts this year. And the arbitration now is strictly gone off of WAR, and his WAR will not be that high. So assuming they don't trade him, don't make him a part of a package, which I mentioned the article that I saw yesterday. I don't think it's that strong of a possibility, but I also don't think there's not many pitchers on our staff that are untouchable. I mean, obviously Strider is an untouchable, and at this point, Elder's got to be an untouchable with his control. But for this run of this year, we know Max Fried's untouchable. I believe he would probably be a part of a deal in the offseason because he'll be a free agent at the end of 24, and the Braves won't have the money to or they won't spend the money to re-sign him to a $35 million deal a year. They're not going to give a pitcher in his 30s $170, $180 million. They're just not. He's going to get Carlos Rodon kind of money, assuming he comes back and he's throwing off the mound and everything appears to be going in the right direction. And read this little tidbit that I saw yesterday on Fried. He had a mound work yesterday in Atlanta, and he threw live batting practice, and it was the first time he's faced live batters in a while. Fried could be on his way to a minor league rehab assignment soon. And I would think if they've got him work back, he'll just be one. If they have not worked him back as far as innings when he goes on that rehab assignment, it could be 2 starts. But it really just depends on how much they've worked him so far. But when you look at the trading deadline, that's something we'll dive more into at the All-Star break. get a chance to kind of catch our breath. And when there's 2 to 3 days of no Braves baseball, the Braves Country Today show 3 to 5, we go live right here. We'll be talking about that quite a bit because you're going to have a strong sense of who's in and who's out when we get to the All-Star break, 2 weeks away from the trading deadline, essentially. If you missed the nugget, last night, Aroldis Chapman was traded to Texas. So the wheels have already started turning. There's been some minor moves, and that's I wouldn't call that a big move. Aroldis Chapman is still a big question mark, but the Rangers have seen enough this year with his work in KC, which he's had a pretty good season, to say, let's make him a part of it. It's interesting just because of the way that all went down last year with the Yankees at the end. It's interesting that the Rangers would bring him into their clubhouse, because the rumor is he just basically bailed on the team. And at the end, remember the Yankees had the big break along with the Braves, he didn't show up for a couple of team meetings. And that's one of the main reasons, along with his struggles, but that was the nail in the coffin that kept him off the playoff roster. So it'll be interesting to see if he gets in there, and I'm sure he's been on his best behavior in KC, but it'll just be interesting where he's at mentally, because he's got to look at this as his last shot to come out of this into free agency and have a chance at one more. Won't be a long deal at his age, but maybe a 2, possibly even a desperate team give him 3 years. This is his last shot, realistically. If he spits the bit here, he's going to be on club-friendly, veteran minimum type deals, minor league invite kind of things for the rest of his career. So that kind of cracks the door open on the trading news. But today, let's focus on the game in itself. Eury Perez. Holy cow. It's our first look at him. I've only seen highlights. I haven't watched the man pitch. I say the man, the kid, he's 20. Can't even buy a beer legally right now. But he can go to the All-Star game. There's no way this man's not in the All-Star game. He's 5-1 with 1.34. 54 strikeouts. When you're averaging over a strikeout an inning as a major league starting pitcher, much like Spencer Strider, that's impressive. He's kept his ERA lower than Strider. He has given up 4 home runs, and that's our focus on today's game, the key to the game. I think the Braves are going to have to try to get him out of the game, and it might be via the long ball. We all know the Braves can go deep. This is literally the unmovable object of Eury Perez and the unresistible force in the Atlanta Braves offense. We've all heard that comparison with a lot of things. This is it. Because the Atlanta Braves have the best offense in baseball. It's not particularly close. And Eury Perez has been one of the best starters in all of Major League Baseball since he walked in. He's not just up for the Rookie of the Year. If he keeps pitching like this, we're talking Cy Young. And that's what's crazy. That's what's crazy about him. If you do comb through his appearances, and he has pitched, so he came up in May, and he's pitched 9 games so far. In those 9 games, it should be noted he hasn't gone deeper than 6 innings. So if the Braves can keep it close going into the 7th, we know what the Braves can do in the 7th and 8th inning. And the Marlins bullpen, though good, I believe the Braves offense is better than any bullpen in baseball. I know that's a bold statement because bullpens are very tough when they're on, and they are. And it's more difficult to hit than it is. It's more difficult to hit a ball than it is to strike someone out or whatnot, because the law of averages are on the side of the pitcher. I get all that, but the Braves offense is the best in baseball. If anybody can get to a bullpen, it is the Braves. But the Marlins pitching staff, obviously, and a lot of it's got to do with Yuri Perez, a couple of their other starters. I mean, they're deep. And they're doing all this without Sandy Alcantara having a very good year so far. His last outing against Cincinnati only went 4 2/3. I'm looking at his pitch count, and it should be noted, and this is interesting, that his pitch count has been topping out around 90. He had 93 in June 14th in Seattle. Every other outing, and this to me is the key of the game, every other outing is 88 pitches and below. So we're not seeing 100, and this may have something to do with his age, that they don't want to put that many innings on him, and they're trying to massage that. Well, the Braves should take advantage of that and try to work the count. And he's striking guys out left and right. And I know how the Braves' philosophy has been over the years. Ambush the dude. He's going to be throwing a fastball down Main Street, ambush him. I get it. But if that backfires, you could end up with him at 80 pitches going into the 8th inning. And then where do you turn? I would think the Braves' game plan would be to hunt something very early in the count in your zone. But if you don't get it, don't be afraid to take pitches. Don't be afraid to take strikeouts early on, because all it's going to do is run his count up. Don't be afraid to do what they do to Strider. Everybody does this to Strider. They choke up with 2 strikes and just try to spray the ball to try to work his pitch count. I'll be looking more at his pitch count today more than anyone that we have covered this year, because of what I just told you. Make sure I clean this up and make sure I'm saying this right. But his last time out, June 25th, he threw 83 pitches. Prior to that, 80. Prior to that, 93. So what you're seeing is, if he does throw up around 90, so like let's say back on June 30 through 88, they took him out at 82. May 12th, he threw 88. They took him out at 78. They're trying to keep him around 80. Now, had he gone 90 his last time out, we'd be looking at a situation where he would probably be coming out pretty quickly today. But instead, I'd say his pitch mark is going to be somewhere in the low 80s, depending on where it falls. Now, it should be noted that when they're pulling him, it's usually around the 5th inning. When he threw the 93, he went 6. That was in Seattle. I didn't watch that game, but I see that he gave up 2 hits. I don't know if he had some kind of no-hitter going or anything like that. But what I do know is that they're going to be looking at keeping his pitch count. We'll just say, for argument's sake, 85 and below. If the Braves can get that to around the 5th inning, get him out of there, and then go try to attack that bullpen. On the other side, you got Charlie Morton. What's he going to do? Charlie Morton is a guy that we all know. He's been Jekyll and Hyde. He's been Jekyll and Hyde. There's times he goes out there, but this is good. This goes with age. Charlie Morton is 39 years old. And he's still a phenomenal pitcher. When you consider he's 39 years old and he's throwing 96, sometimes 97, bending you with that curve. So by no stretch of the imagination is he some kind of bum that people make him out to be. They always say that because he's making $20 million a year. You realize that is chump change compared to some of these other pitchers? That's not the going rate for a frontline starter. He's making very good money for a guy that brings you innings and brings a presence in that locker. He's worth every penny, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. He's going to have bad outings. Hopefully this isn't one, because I don't know if the offense can back him up. You look at where he's been so far, what he's done recently. Last time out in Cincinnati, that was in Cincinnati, a tough place to pitch. 5 innings, 3 earned runs, really not that bad. Now, he was kind of all over the place, but he worked his way through it. Atlanta versus Colorado. In Atlanta, though, 5 innings, 3 earned runs. In Detroit, 5 2/3, no earned runs. Versus the Mets, 4 2/3 and 4 earned runs. What we're looking at here typically with Charlie is that he is going to probably pitch around 5 innings and probably give up around 3 earned runs on most days. What we're asking today is hopefully go 6 and hopefully keep it to 2 earned runs or less. And if he does that, he's going to give us a chance to win. If he doesn't, they might have a lead that you'll see the back of their bullpen early. And as far as the lineups today, we'll go through all the batting averages here in a second. But the Braves lineup is exactly the same as yesterday. No change there. Even Murphy's behind the plate. So I guess Darnold's going to get the start tomorrow. The 135 first pitch. He'll get the start there, or 140. He'll get the start there, and Murphy's going to go. I'd say some of this has to do with the fact that Murphy's bat's been pretty hot, and they're trying to get the best bat they can against Yuri Perez. Also, I believe Darnold hits Alcantara pretty well. I think he's got pretty good numbers. I don't have it in front of me, but I think I remember that from last time. So that might have something to do with it too. But Morton, if he can keep the runs down, we're going to have the same lineup. Acuna, Ozzie, Riley, Olsen, Murphy, Ozuna, Rosario, Arcia, Harris. Man, Arcia is due. His batting average is plummeted. I don't know if this is the guy to get to come due on, to pay the rent on, but he is due. His batting average is just plummeted. It's 298, so he's had a good year, but it has plummeted in the last few weeks. The Marlins offense, by the way, they are playing pretty much the same guys as well. There's a little bit of change in the lineup. Segura's going to be at third. Wendell will stay at short. So Birdie is out of the lineup and Fortes is behind the plate. Stallings came out of that game last night limping, so no surprise there. But everything else is pretty much the same. This could be a tough pick to click because when you got a tough right-hander, Olsen just had the night of his life. It's kind of hard to pick a guy like that because what are the chances you stay hot? But the splits on Yuri Perez against right-handers are pretty nasty. I'm excited to see what Acuna does against Yuri Perez, but I can't in good conscience make that my pick to click. I guess I'll go with Olsen. I don't have the most confidence in that just because of how good this kid has been. Now, maybe Olsen gets a hold of one late, but I'm basing that off of a left-hander going against a tough right-hander, and I'm trying to give myself a chance. Harris is appealing. He just hit so far down in the lineup, I rarely pick him to click because he's going to get one less at bat than most of the others. But that'll be my pick to click is, you know what? Scratch that. Give me Michael Harris a second. Maybe his speed will come into play. And we'll definitely probably need a couple good defensive plays, but pick to click is offense, but that'll be it. The over-under today out in Vegas for this game is surprised me that it's as high as it is. And this makes me think it's got something to do with the fact that Perez doesn't go very deep into games. Over under is 9. To me, that's an easy under. And the Braves are minus 170 on the money line. I'm going to pick the Braves to win. And I'm assuming does Perez strike these? He hasn't even had like a bad outing. So I'm assuming he's somewhat not human. Give me the Braves to win this one in a tight one. Think we'll give up a couple of runs, but we'll hang on. We got a rested bullpen. Atlanta puts just enough numbers on the board. Let's get it just below the under. Let's take it 4-3, Atlanta. Eyeglasses slams the door. All right, well, let's go ahead and step aside for a second, and it's time for the Anthem lineups. We'll have first pitch momentarily. Get your game face on, Braves country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Hey, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Miami Marlins, Luis Arias playing second base, 3 home runs, 39 RBI, a stolen base, and a .390 average. Jorge Soler in right field, batting second with 22 home runs, 47 RBI, a stolen base, and a .245 average. Brian De La Cruz is in left field with 9 homers, 43 RBI, 3 stolen bases, and a .281 clip. Jazz Chisholm will be in center field, coming in batting .244 on the year with 9 dingers, 21 RBI, and 14 stolen bases. Garrett Cooper is the designated hitter, 10 homers, 36 RBI, and a .249 average. Yuli Gurriel, 3 homers, 16 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .268. Joey Wendell, batting 7th and playing short, a .281 average with 1 homer, 8 RBI, and 4 stolen bases. Jean Segura will be at third with a .197 average, 5 stolen bases, 14 RBI, and 2 home runs. And Fortes is behind the plate, 4 homers, 15 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .222. And on the mound for the visiting Miami Marlins, Yuri Perez, the rookie who debuted in May, is 5-1 with a 1.34 ERA, a .98 whip, 47 innings pitched, 54 strikeouts, only 15 walks, 4 home runs given allowed, and 31 hits. He'll go face-to-face with the veteran Charlie Morton. Charlie, 7-6, the 3.81 ERA, 1.48 whip, 85 innings pitched, 87 hits allowed, 100 strikeouts, 39 walks, and 9 home runs given up. Coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning for your Atlanta Braves, the hometown boys will send Ronald Acuna Jr. to lead it off. National League leading all-star vote getter comes in with 20 home runs, 53 RBI, 37 stolen bases, and a .334 average. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second, 18 homers, 56 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .260 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third with 15 homers, 43 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .270 average. Matt Olson comes in leading the National League with 28 bangers, 67 ribbies, 1 stolen base, and a .246 clip. Sean Murphy is behind the plate with 14 homers, 47 RBI, and a .294 average. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, 16 homers, 37 RBI, and a .250 average. Eddie Rosario, batting 7th and playing left field with 14 homers, 40 RBI, and 1 stolen base. His batting average is .268. Orlando Arcia comes in with a .298 average with 1 stolen base and 6 home runs. Michael Harris II, 7 homers, 22 RBI, and 9 stolen bases with a .266 clip. That's your starting lineups for Braves versus Marlins. Behind home plate, it'll be Alan Porter. First base will be manned by Jim Wolf. Second base, Mel Jimenez, and down the third base line, it's Sean Barber. Game time temperatures will be in the mid-80s to start here at Truist Field. We're expecting another sellout crowd, the 41,149 that Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia holds. Atlanta Braves come in 54-27 on the year, 28-15 at home, 7 games in front of the Miami Marlins, who are 48-35, 23-19 on the road. Braves are -170 on the money line. The over-under is 9. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair on this 4th of July weekend. It's Braves Marlins, game number 2. The Atlanta Braves going for the series win. Get your game face on, Braves country. Welcome in, Braves country. Atlanta Braves are wearing our Saturday night specials, as I like to call them, the City Connect jersey. So if you're familiar with that, head to toe in white with the light blue trim, just like the 1970s look, with for the A on the chest. And names on the back in blue. Names on the back in red, numerals in blue. And, of course, the light blue cap and the A. We're just about set as we get ready for Braves country baseball. Charlie Morton doing his last few warm-up tosses as we get ready here, and it looks like we are just about set here for Braves country baseball. Marlins, by the way, they are in their road grays. Marlins on the front, or make that Miami on the front, in black with the neon pink and teal outlined. Hope y'all are having a great day, and it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way, 95 on the black outer edge. It's 0-1. Charlie Morton facing Luis Arias, 390 batting average, chasing 400. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. The 1-1 from Charlie. He lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but Ben's foul out of play. Do it again. The 1-2 pitch. Charlie looks in and lets it go. Swing, and that ball's rifled back, foul, 97 outer edge. So a 1-2 count. Happy 4th of July weekend to everybody. Independence weekend. Please make sure to smash that like. And if you love Braves baseball or just baseball in general, subscribe today. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt comes close to hitting Arias, 2-2. Charlie's had that issue from time to time with that curveball to left-handed hitters, it hitting the back leg. So many of them will let that curveball hit. It's one of his softer pitches. It's a good way to get on against the tough right-hander. The 2-2 pitch. Charlie Morton lets it go. Swing, and that ball's lifted towards left field. Drifting back, making the catch is Orlando Arcia for out number 1. Good pitch there by Charlie. Kind of jam shot. He wasn't able to reach over the defense with. That'll bring Jorge Soler to the plate. Soler digs in, and the first pitch is down below the knees. Sinker misses, 96. It's 1-0. Soler's got 22 home runs, 47 RBI, including one last night. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball's rifled down the left field line. It'll get up against the wall. It's going to be extra bases for Soler, and he'll cruise in to first with a 1-out double. Not a terrible pitch by Charlie. Maybe a little high. Would have liked to get the ball down just a little bit. When it comes to Soler with his power, sometimes a 1-out double is the best case scenario. So hopefully Charlie can get it together and leave him stranded here. First pitch on the way to, it's called for a strike right there. Curveball just nipped the corner. De La Cruz, it's 0-1. De La Cruz 9 home runs on the year. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 misses outside wide. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Charlie lets it fly. And 96 misses. It's 2-1. The 2-1, Morton looking back, Soler at second, and he lets the ball go. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Went with the cutter, 88. So he's gone curveball, four-seam sinker, and then cutter to De La Cruz. De La Cruz, 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is lifted high into center field, drifting back before the track. Making the catch is Money Mike for out number 2. On the play, Soler moves up to third. So 2 down. The go-ahead run 90 feet away. That'll bring Jazz Chisholm to the plate. He's been a thorn in the side of Braves country for a few seasons now. Chisholm comes in, 9 home runs, 21 RBI. The first pitch on the way is right there, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, called for a strike, 0-2. So Chisholm, who's normally very aggressive to beginning accounts, taking a few here. Charlie's got an 0-2 count, 1 strike away from getting out of the jam. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness. 1 man. Goodbye. Hello, Heisman.
Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it! Incomplete! The Buckeyes win!
They went to Hickman, and Penn State, well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. The report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. 0-0 your score. The first pitch on the way from Yuri Perez in Truist Park is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Just misses out of the zone, 1-0. Yuri Perez, more on him in a second. Acuna digs in, the 1-0 pitch, swing, and rifles it foul and out of play, 1-1. Perez comes in 5-1 with a 1.34 ERA. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on it. That ball is belted down the left field line, going back on the track. Is it gone? It is gone, baby. Zip, boom, bam. How about that? Ronald Acuna Jr. rifles one out of the park, and the Braves take a quick 1-0 lead. How about that? Ronald Acuna Jr. hitting. That ball came tailing inside. Looked like it might have been a sinker that didn't sink. Acuna makes it 1-0. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie takes a hack at the first pitch, 98 miles an hour. Fouled out of play. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch to Oz. Swing and a miss over the top. 88 diving in. Under his hand slider. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. In the dirt. Good take by Oz. They check down the third base line. Sean Barber says no dice. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Roxon fires. That ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Is it gone? It is gone, baby. Back-to-back jacks to start the day, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. How about that? It's not like Yuri Perez has not faced some pretty good foes. He pitched against the Toronto Blue Jays and shut them down. So the Braves quickly on top, 2-0. Perez, for the first time in his career, having a bit of a struggle here in Hotlanta, GA. Braves 2, Marlins nothing. Perez, by the way, if you're wondering what makes him so nasty and devastating, he is 6'8", 220 pounds. I knew he was tall, but before I looked it up this morning, I didn't realize he was 6'8". So he's basically the Dominican Republic version of the big unit, just from the right-hand side. Catcher Fortes goes out there and talks to Perez to calm him down a little bit after the 2 home runs, give him a breather, and that'll bring up Austin Riley. Austin Riley takes the first pitch inside, 85 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Riley gets set on the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, just under his hands, over the top. 87-mile-an-hour slider, 1-1. The 1-1 from Perez, swing and a miss, strike 2, 99 up top, and it's 1-2. Riley, 15 home runs on the night, had 3 hits last night. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Do it again at 1-2. Matt Olson stands on deck. The 1-2 to Riley. Off the plate wide. Taken all the way, 2-2. While this game is going on, the Phillies are playing the Nationals, and the Mets are hosting the Giants. As the 2-2 pitch is swung on and grounded hard foul, we'll do it again. Great job by the Braves. First couple of bats to go out there and get a home run. The 2-2 pitch Off the plate wide, 3-2, 99 miles an hour off the edge. If you're just joining us, Ronald Acuna Jr. and Ozzie Albies both ripped home runs over the walls of right and left field. The 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball is fouled back. We'll do it again at 3-2. Against the rookie right-hander Yuri Perez, who right now would be the leading vote getter for the NL Rookie of the Year. He's having a tough go just to start the game. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing, that ball's rifled into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit and a single for the rake. There's one on, nobody out, and here comes Big Matt Olson. That was a fastball right down Main Street, and Riley did not miss it. So what you've seen so far is a little bit of struggle with the command. One on, nobody out, and here comes Matt Olson. The first pitch to Matt Olson is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves 2. Marlins nothing. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Went back and watched one of Perez's outings recently. The only thing that I can see from him right now is he's working a little slower than he normally does, and I don't know if that's just being a little rattled or normally works pretty quickly. The big right-hander comes set, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Took something off of that one. Nasty slider, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Riley on first, nobody out. The windup and swing, and that ball is going to be hit against the shift. It's down for a base hit. Riley comes all the way around to third. We got runners on the corners, nobody out, and the rookie is struggling here in Hotlanta. Good piece of hitting by Olson. I'll tell you what, that was not necessarily a bad pitch. That was just a heck of a job by Olson. They were playing him to pull, and he just went down and corkscrewed it past the shortstop, who was basically playing behind second base just a few feet to the left. He couldn't get to it. Right in between the 5-6 hole. So runners on the corners, nobody out. Sean Murphy. And here's the first pitch to Murph, and it's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Braves want to try to take advantage of all these runners, obviously, because if he settles down, runs might be hard to come by. The 1-0 pitch. Inside. That one hit 100 miles an hour, but it misses inside. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball is ripped down the left field line. Down for a base hit. One run will score. Here comes Murph around. He'll stop at second. Olson at third. And we got runners on the corners and nobody out. And it is now 3-0. Your Atlanta Braves against Yuri Perez. Unbelievable. Hits just keep on coming. He keeps laying the ball right in there. Getting way too much of the plate, and the Braves lead at 3-0. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. Ozuna digs in, and he grounds the first pitch, and that ball, is it fair? It is fair. It gets over the glove of the third baseman. Here comes Olson. He will score, Here comes Murphy. He will score. And once again, 5-0 lead for your Atlanta Braves in the first inning against these pesky Marlins. How about that? How about that? Braves scored 5 runs in the first inning yesterday. We're able to build off of that and beat the Marlins 16-4 in case you missed that game. Today, see how this ends, but the Braves lead at 5-0. Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. First pitch to Eddie is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-0-1. Ozuna will be credited with the double. It was a nasty hop. I think it hit the bag. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. Off-speed pitch. Down and away. Eddie was trying to pull it. Braves 5, Marlins nothing. The windup and pitch. Perez lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Did he get a piece of that thing? Yeah, he just got a piece of that. Came out of the glove of the hind catcher, Fortes. So he'll stay alive. It's 0-2. 99 miles an hour. Just got a piece of it. Fortes couldn't hang on. The 0-2 pitch. On the way, in the dirt, and it's 1-2. So he started him off with a couple of sliders, went to the 4-seam, and then went slider again. All 3 of the sliders have been backdoor sliders. See which way he goes here. The 1-2 pitch. Runner on second, nobody out. Wind up delivery, swing, and that ball is going to be pulled over towards second. Good job by Rosario. It'll go down as a G4, but it was a productive out. Ozuna going from second to third, 90 feet away, and just one away. So 1 out in the inning, and Perez finally has an ERA in Truist Park. The first pitch on the way to Arcia, righty-righty matchup, inside, 88 misses. It's 1-0. Starting Arcia with the changeup. See if they're trying to set him up a little bit there. The 1-0 to Orlando. Down below the knees, 98. 2-0, excuse me. A 2-0 count. Orlando, righty-righty matchup. Trying to get that run home from third to build on this lead. The 2-0 pitch. Rocks and fires. And right there at the knees. Slider. 2-1. Probably a pretty good take by Orlando with the infield being shaded in. Probably would have been a weak grounder. The 2-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Offered at that slider that was well out of the zone. And it evens up the count. So a 2-2 count. The windup, the pitch, inside, ball 3. .30 count. The windup, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled down. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Ozuna. He'll score. Arcia rounds first, heading for second. He's got an RBI double, and your Atlanta Braves have put a touchdown on the board here in the first inning. It's 6-0 Atlanta. Good piece of hitting by Arcia. Looked like it was a slide. That's the third time that slider of his has tailed in and not faded away. One of those ended up over the fence. So they're going to go out there, and that's it. Perez does not even get out of the first inning. He'll hit the showers. We'll be back in a flash.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorship. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this puppy 6-0. That is not a misprint if you're just joining us. First pitch on the way to Harris is right inside there for a strike. It's 0-1. The great Yuri Perez that we've all read about, came in here with a 1.34 ERA, and the Braves bats have shown him the door after he just got 1 out in the inning. The 0-1 pitch up high for a strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, taken all the way by Harris, 1-2. George Soriano's coming on, right-hander, also from the Dominican Republic. He's 24 years old. Comes into today's action with a 2.7 ERA. The 1-2 pitch is grounded foul back behind home plate. Do it again at 1-2. He's only thrown 10 innings. Has a 1.5 whip, does have 6 strikeouts in those 10 innings. This is a youngster they're just going to try to get some work for. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Michael. 2-2. Michael Harris II, my pick to click today. He hasn't even gotten an at bat, and we're up 3-0. So I don't know how much of him clicking is going to matter. The 2-2 pitch. Down and in. Did he go? He did not. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, and the catch will be made. And on the play, Orlando Arcia tags up. He is almost out. That is a close play. We'll see if they challenge that. That is a very close play. A little surprise there that Arcia went. They're showing the replay. I think he did beat it. It looks like his foot did stay on the bag. 2 down. Speaking of guys who like to head just towards third with 2 outs, here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. again. First time he came up, he drilled one over the wall. First pitch to Acuna is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna stares down Soriano out there. The history of the Marlins and hitting Acuna, it's got to be right in his mind after hitting a home run earlier. The 1-0 from Soriano, right there for a strike. Nasty slider bending on the outer edge. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Kicks and deals. Swing! And that ball's lifted high. Pop up. Should stay in play. Foul territory. Making the catches. The first baseman, Gurriel, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 6 on the board. At 6-0, we head to the second inning.
She had man hands.
Man hands?
The hands of a man. It's like a creature out of Greek mythology.
They did tell me about the dinner. I got to take all the receivers to a dinner. That's going to be cool. I'm excited for that.
It's not going to be cool. You know they're going to run that bill up? Like 75,000?
Oh, yeah. You mean like the Louis the 13th you're going to have to buy at the restaurant?
Nah, they ain't doing me for 75K. I ain't going to fake it. Nah. It's the rookie dinner. It's all of y'all.
You the 10th pick of the draft, too. They know you got 20 guaranteed. Wait, what you say rookie dinner is?
He thinks it's his decision.
It was so cute.
Armchair.
When Fred McMullen, Chicago's reserve infielder, got wind of what was happening, he demanded that Chick Gandil let him in on the fix. Now, 8 White Sox were involved, though Buck Weaver would later claim that he had not agreed to participate. The smart players demanded their money up front.
The meeting was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, there's so much double-crossing stuff. If I win in the series, I wanted the money put in my hand. I went back to my room at 11:30, and the 10 grand was under my pillow. Eddie Siccotti.
Rumors of wrongdoing were everywhere. You couldn't miss it, one New York gambler said. The thing had an odor. I saw smart guys take even money on the Sox who should have been asking 5-1. Chicago sports writer Hugh Fullerton was joined in the press box by an ailing Christy Mathewson to judge if everything was on the up and up. Mathewson and Fullerton would quickly see that it was not.
Everybody in the game knew it was happening. Nobody was even pretending that it wasn't happening. No one was admitting it out loud for the public. How could you admit it for the public? What would that mean?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 6-0. We head to the top of the second inning. Charlie Morton goes to work, and the first pitch from Charlie is a strike on the outer edge. Cutter, 87, just kisses the black. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Uncle Charlie. Throws in an Uncle Charlie. Just misses inside, 1-1. He's facing Garrett Cooper's 249 on the year. 10 homers, 716 OPS, and 36 RBI. The 1-1. Fastball misses wide, 2-1. Metropolitans have put one on the board. Their rookie catcher, Francisco Alvarez, has gone deep. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout to start the second. That game today is Justin Verlander versus Disco Stick, as they affectionately call Anthony DeSclafani. Alvarez was out of the lineup last night. Is the first pitch on the way is called for a high strike to Gurriel, Yuli Gurriel. It's 0-1. Gurriel, 268 on the year, 3 homers, 16 RBI. The 0-1 pitch, did he go around? He did. Strike 2. Cutter on the outer edge. So he's gone fastball in, cutter away. The 0-2 from Charlie. 96 on the black, and they're going to say that just missed. It's 1-2. Braves in the month of June put 15 games between them and the Mets. 15 games between them and the Mets in the month of June. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again. Mets are now 18.5 out of first place. They were 3.5 on June 1st. The 1-2 swing and grounded up the middle, making the play as Arcia. He'll fire it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2. It's Canada's Independence Day today, so you'll notice in highlights tonight that Toronto Blue Jays are wearing their red jersey for the Canadian flag. Happy Independence Day for everyone up there in Canada. First pitch on the way from Charlie to Wendell is a fastball. Misses high. It's 1-0, 95 miles an hour. Morton steps off and needs to regroup. The 1-0 pitch. Curveball drops right there at the knees. It's 1-1. Of course, our Independence Day is heading towards us in just a few days on Tuesday. We will have the chat up for Independence Day. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. The 1-2 pitch. Morton rocks and fires. Swing, and that ball is lifted into center field. Drifting back, making the catch is Money Mike, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Braves will grab the bats. Heart of the order coming to the plate.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
Why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Mark caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 6-0. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a teardrop on the corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. If you're just joining us, the Braves bats got hot early on. Once again, the 0-1 pitch swung on, popped up, can of corn into shallow left center field. Wendell, shortstop, fades back and makes the catch, and there's one away. If you're just joining us, Ronald Acuna Jr. led it off with a 417-foot blast over the left field wall. Ozzie saw that with a 359 shot just over the right field wall. It was quickly 2-0. Austin Riley comes to the plate. He's 1 for 1. He'll take the first pitch. 95 right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Soriano has come in to relieve Yuri Perez, who was rocked out of Truist Park. His first start here. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. It's 0-2. Sean Murphy then doubled to left, scoring Riley and moving Matt Olson to third as the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Filthy slider on the edge. Way off the plate, but it started about midway. Riley never had a chance at that one. 2 away. Ozuna would then double to third. Murphy and Olson would score, and then Arcia would double to left to score Ozuna. That's what you missed in the first inning. First pitch on the way to Olson is a swing and a miss. Strike 96 up top. It's 0-1. Looks like the Mets have hit another home run. I believe that was Francisco Lindor. The 0-1 pitch floats in there for a strike. It's 0-2. Mets lead San Fran 3-0. Philly and Washington are tied up at 1 apiece. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is sawed off down the left field line. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, righty-lefty matchup. Fires it on outside. Misses wide, 1-2. So he's gone fastball, slider, four-seam, and then tried to float a change to get him to chase. The 1-2 to Olson. Swing, and that ball is lifted down the line. Plenty foul and out of play. 1-2. Matt Olson singled in the first and scored a run. It was a hit him where they ain't pitch. The 1-2, way outside wide. 2-2. Slider missing, almost in pitch out territory. See a lot of folks in the chat talking about the heat. Curious where everybody's at. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded right up the middle. Hard shot, but right into the teeth of the defense. Be a 6-3 putout to end the inning. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What does that smell?
That's East River.
You're swimming in the East River? Yeah. The most heavily trafficked, overly contaminated waterway on the eastern seaboard?
Technically, Norfolk has more gross tonnage.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The most pugnacious Oriole of them all was the third baseman, John Joseph McGraw. McGraw was born in Truxton, New York, the first of 8 children of an Irish immigrant railroad worker and his wife. When diphtheria struck his village in 1884, one by one he watched as first his mother and then 4 of his brothers and sisters died. His father took out his grief and anger on his son, beating him so often and so mercilessly that at 12 he feared for his life and ran away from home. He supported himself at odd jobs until he won himself a place on the Olean, New York professional team at 16, and never again willingly took orders from any man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Please smash that like button, and if you like Braves Country Baseball, please subscribe today. Braves lead at 6-0, a surprising 6-0 lead after running Yuri Perez out of the game. Much heralded rookie got one out and gave up 6 runs, all earned. First pitch on the way to Jean Segura is down low for a ball. It's 1-0. Charlie quickly back to work. The 1-0 pitch misses outside. 2-0. He's gone cutter and four seam to start off the at-bat. The 2-0 lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's fouled away. It's 2-1. Jean Segura, 197 on the year, 2 home runs, a 514 OPS, and 14 RBI. Charlie Morton rocks and deals. Curveball. Did he go around? They're going to check down the first base line, and they're going to say he did not. Alan Porter wanted to double check. It's 3-1. So a 3-1 count to the leadoff hitter. Segura, righty-righty matchup. Fastball taken all the way. 3-2. That's a veteran move right there by Segura. He knows his team's down 6-0. It's pretty hard to hit a 6-run solo shot, so he was just trying to get aboard. Braves in their City Connect jerseys today. By far some of the best in Major League Baseball. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled fouled back. It will do it again at 3-2. So after getting down 3-1, he's fired in 2 fastballs right down the heart of the plate. The 3-2 from Charlie. Swing, and grounds it over towards short. Arcia scoops it, fires it off, and that ball's going to take a high hop in the dirt. We'll see how they score that. It's going to be a difficult play. I'd say that'll probably be an infield single, but we'll have to wait for the official score keep. Off balance throw. And if he gets if the ball's in the glove, I don't think he's going to be out anyway. So, yep, it will be an infield single. So 1 on, nobody out, and the ball getting away did not hurt anything because it did not go very far. It went high hopper, but didn't roll into the dugout, which would have cost him a base. Fortes comes to the plate. Fortes takes a hack at the first pitch and fires it down the right field line. It's 0-1. Nick Fortes, the hind catcher, came in last night after the injury to Stallings. I see Tuscaloosa. I guess Tuscaloosa is where it's up over 100 today. The 0-1 pitch just misses outside wide. It's 1-1. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. Top of the 3rd inning. Still a long way to go, but a promising start. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees. 1-2. Albany, Georgia, 97 degrees. It's 4th of July weekend. Hope you've got yourself a cold one and you're near a cold one while you're listening to Braves Country Baseball. The 1-2 pitch, fouled back out of play. Do it again at 1-2. I know after I get off the call here tonight, I'm going flying into the pool. Going to try to catch some action tonight. Tampa Bay, by the way, tonight is on the Fox game of the week against Seattle. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt, 2-2. If the Braves hold on here and Tampa loses, we would be tied with the best record in baseball. Technically, right now, I give us the nod because we've played 3 less games and they have 1 more loss. But in the actual win-loss column, the 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, 3-2. Tampa has 1 more loss, but they've won 2 more games, so that's why they're given the nod at this point. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He threw a nasty Uncle Charlie from Charlie, and there's 1 away. That thing just floated up there, slammed on the brakes, waited for the swing to come through, and then headed on to the mitt. It's a beautiful thing when you can get them that fooled out in front. Luis Arias come to the plate, chasing 400, chasing history. First pitch to Luis is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Luis, 0 for 1 on the day. His batting average has dropped to 389 over the last few days. The 1-0 pitch catches the outer edge for a strike. It's 1-1. It's the tough thing about trying to hit 400. I mean, you have to, you get 2 or 3 days of 1 for 11 and your batting average just plummets. The 1-1 pitch set up inside. Here's the pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded hard but foul down the first base line. That was a rocket. A 2-hopper under the glove of Olsen. But went harmlessly foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Morton kicks and fires. Swung on and lifted high in the sky, but not very deep. Underneath it is Eddie, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. It's a good job by Morton to keep Arias off the base paths after the infield single started this inning off. That'll bring Jorge Soler to the plate. We know what he can do with one swing, so Charlie will be treading lightly around him. Standing on deck is De La Cruz. First pitch on the way to Soler is called for a strike on the outer edge. 96 on the black, and it's 0-1. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. Happy 4th of July weekend. Please hit that like button and subscribe. We're here at least 4 times a week, usually 6. The 0-1 pitch swung on and bang foul down towards the first base dugout. It's 0-2. So Morton is a strike away from getting out of this inning. He's got an 0-2 count on Soler, who's 1 for 1 on the day. Runner on first, 2 out. The 0-2 rocks and fires. Just misses outside, 96 off the edge. 1-2. Braves will play the Marlins tomorrow at 1:30, 1:35. First pitch as the 1-2 pitch. Right below the knees. I thought Porter was going to ring him up there, but instead it evens up the count at 2-2. Morton threw that Uncle Charlie I guess it missed him just below the knees, but man, I don't know if that was a good take or if it just buckled him. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 3-2. So Soler, with a big smile, because I think he thought about swinging at that one, steps out of the box for a second. You got a full count. The runner will be on the move. Segura with good speed. The 3-2. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep into left field, going back on the track. Making the catch is Rosario for out number 3. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
You think you have it bad right now? Well, here's a little perspective. Caitlin from Instagram is super tired from leg day.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1979, the Yankees introduced a mascot named Dandy. He was a pinstriped bird with a Yankees hat and a mustache. 3 years after Dandy was created, the Yankees decided to discontinue the mascot and destroyed the costume with an industrial shredder. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019 before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series' stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's fourth World Championship in the decade.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 6-0. We'll grab the bats. Sean Murphy due up. He'll be followed by Ozuna and Rosario. The first pitch on the way to Smurf is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Happy 4th of July weekend to everybody. Please make sure to hit that like button. Also curious where everybody's from as the 1-0 pitch is swung on and bang foul down the line. It's 1-1. Wherever you are in these great United States, or maybe you're abroad somewhere listening outside the U.S., happy 4th of July to you. Or if you're in Canada, happy Independence Day there as well. The 1-1 pitch just caught the edge inside. Good pitch by this Soriano. I've never seen him pitch before. He's got a pretty good stuff. It's 1-2. Be careful, Nicholas. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul down the line. It's 1-2. Arizona, Panama City, New York. Saw Tuscaloosa earlier in Georgia. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and just got a piece of that, and I think that might have racked Fortes. Thing bounced off the ground and got him again. I think he might be seeing stars right now. They're going to give him a chance to check the equipment. That's what they'll call it, but that's literally what he's going to be doing. Oh, mercy. He appears to be all right. It may not have gotten him right there, but it looked like it did. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three, 96 right down the pipe. So after the cup check, Soriano just let it fly for out number 1. Houston. I bet it is hot there. Ohio, Cocoa Beach. Been to Cocoa Beach a few times years ago. The first pitch on the way to Marcelo Ozuna's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. I think it's close to, I don't like to admit this now, but I think it's close to 20 years ago, Cocoa Beach, the 1-0 pitch just hits the outside edge. It's 1-1. I spent a week there one Friday night. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's hit up the middle, but right at him ball. Second baseman Arias was shifted over there. He'll backhand it, flip it to first. And it's a 4-3 put out for out number 2. So with a 6-0 lead, you got to figure most of these guys, man, that hot weather, they're going to be swinging early and often. We might get us a pretty quick game here if we can keep guys off the base paths when Charlie's on the mound. The first pitch on the way to Rosario is just off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. The 1-0 inside, 2-0. After this series, the Braves head to Cleveland and then Tampa Bay. We'll have the Friday night and Saturday night game of the Tampa Bay series. The 2-0 pitch is down below the knees. Ball 3-0. That could be for the best record in baseball by the time those two clash. Right now, Braves sit a game behind them. The 3-0 pitch to Eddie. Rocks and fires. Just hits the top of the zone. 3-1. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. Pembroke, Virginia. Thank you for the kind words, Edward. Please hit the like button and subscribe. The 3-1 pitch swung on and banged off the plate. It's 3-2. Rosario wipes the sweat from his brow and gets ready for a full count. Righty-lefty matchup. Soriano lets it go. And ball 4. That was one of those 50-50 balls. If you're a Marlin fan, you wanted the call. If you're a Braves fan, you're like, run on down to first. And there's 2 out and 1 on. And Orlando Arcia, who is due at this point, comes to the plate. If you missed the news, Orlando Arcia, Sean Murphy, and of course Acuna, who led the voting, are headed to the All-Star game as starters for the National League. The first pitch on the way to Soriano clips right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Now the other players, the pitchers and whatnot, they are to be announced tomorrow night. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, 1-1. I would suspect the Braves are going to have several guys heading to that All-Star game, including from the starting pitching rotation. You got to figure Strider's heading there, leading the league in strikeouts. The 1-1 pitch. Soriano lets it go outside wide. 2-1. If he's healthy, or would have stayed healthy, Jesse Chavez was actually on a route to get there, but I don't know now. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and just got a piece of that. Fouled it, tipped it into the glove. It's 2-2. Of course, the managers of those teams will be Philadelphia and Houston. And the final verdict really comes down to them. The 2-2 pitch swing and just got a piece of that one. We'll do it again at 2-2. So 1 on, 2 out. Thanks for the kind words, Jamie, as well. Please hit that like and subscribe button. We're here usually 4 to 6 times a week. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit up over towards short. It's going to be the force out to end the inning. A 6-4 put out at second, and that'll end it. So Charlie will go back to work. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
What's the accent of Brazil?
It's a country in South America. Why don't we say any Latin American accent will do?
Latin American, okay.
Okay, homie. Orale, yeah, I can do that. Okay, man. Nachos. Yeah.
A real racist with it, huh?
Yeah, that is extremely racist. And by the way, that's more of a Los Angeles sort of Mexican cholo vibe.
Let's go. Let's go see the Dodgers play the Lakers.
What's your favorite jersey in all of sports?
The Atlanta Braves whites. I don't know if they got like HD white, but for some reason, every time they were playing, they were like, don't they look brighter than everybody else's?
Old school Houston Astros jersey. Old school Houston Astros jersey. I'm going to be biased to the hometown team, so I'm going to go baby blue Atlanta Braves.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Lovely evening in New York. Lovely evening to get the heck out of here. We fly back to Chicago right after the game. Boy, those Indians knew what they were doing. Swings, and he misses. When they sold this New York City for $14 and 3 bottles of hooch, that was probably the best deal anybody ever made.
three big leagues, the National League, the Players League, and the Old Beer and Whiskey League, simply proved too many. Attendance dipped dangerously low for everyone. By the end of the 1890 season, the league had lost more than $340,000, more than its investors could endure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 6-0, and the first pitch on the way from Charlie to De La Cruz is bang foul down the line. It's 0-1. Started him off with a curveball. Brian De La Cruz 0 for 1 with a flyout. The 0-1 from Charlie. Check swing and a miss. 0-2, 93 up top, out wide. Mets 4-0 over San Francisco in the fifth. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Got him. Threw the hard cheese on the outer edge. He could not catch up, and there's one away. So one down. Thank you for the contribution, Lane. Always appreciated. One down, and first pitch on the way to Jazz Chisholm is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it, fires it over to first. 5-3 in your scorecard. And there's quickly two down. Milwaukee leads Pittsburgh 5-0. Minnesota 1-0 over Baltimore in the fifth. The first pitch on the way to Garrett Cooper misses outside wide. It's 1-0. Cooper 0 for 1. Misses outside wide, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 3, 3-0. So Morton falling behind Cooper. The 3-0 pitch to Garrett. Fastball right there at the knees, 3-1. The 3-1. Rocks and fire, swung on, grounded over towards third. Riley's got it, fires it across the diamond. He'll get Cooper by about 2 lengths, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Harris, Acuna, and Albies coming to the plate.
When I look at the history of the organization all the way back to when I started, the one thing that we were not known for is a tremendous offense. Okay, so we were always known for our pitching and defense, and that kept us in every year. That's why we won. We also stayed healthy. I think there was a 10-year spurt where the big three didn't miss a start. I was the first one to miss a start. But this team is equipped to do anything they want. Offensively, they're gifted. Speed is through the roof. And their pitching staff is more than adequate. And I think that the fact that if they have health in their rotation, they have decent depth, which is important today, I think it could be the best baseball team the Atlanta Braves have trotted out in a long time, if ever. And I know that goes all the way back to Hank Aaron, but I can't think of a better offensive squad than they've got really from the top to the bottom. And I know the game's played differently, and there's guys that do the lineup that can hit home runs. But when you can keep Max Fried healthy, and you can have Strider, like you said, healthy, and then you sprinkle in a veteran like Morton, if they can get Kyle Wright back to where he was last year and his shoulder is not an issue, they have the front three that can match with anybody.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500, then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris, the second, leads off. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way, grounded over towards second, and it'll be an easy, quick 4-3 put out for out number one. As poorly as Yuri Perez pitched this afternoon, Soriano's actually come in and done yeoman's work here out of the bullpen for the Marlins. This could have gotten ugly really quick with the guys from the bullpen, but he's come in, kind of righted the ship. He's given them 3 innings so far. We'll see how long he can go. First pitch on the way to Acuna is inside and off the edge. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. 1 for 2 with a solo shot. His 21st of the year. He's on pace for 40 home runs, 106 RBIs, and 74 stolen bases. The 1-0 pitch misses high and inside, 2-0. Someone made the comment yesterday that he's on pace for video game numbers. The 2-0 pitch off the plate, 3-0. So Soriano, who's now making his way through the lineup through the second time, the 3-0 pitch right there at the knees, 3-1. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. Bottom of the fourth. The 3-1 on the way. Swing, and that ball is hit up the middle, but over towards Arias. He'll make the play. 4-3 put out for out number 2. Hit that one off the end of the bat. So Arias had plenty of time to get over there and get Acuna. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. He's 1 for 2. He has a home run as well. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. First pitch on the way is banged off the plate, foul. Ricocheted towards Ozzie, hit him on the belt. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies. Now he has 19 homers on the year, 57 RBI, and 816 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees. Did he go? They're going to say he did 0-2. And outside of the batting average, he's got Arias beat with every measure. I understand why Luis got the nod from the fans voting, because he get caught up in the 400, but Ozzie really deserved to be the second baseman this year. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Soriano's cruising. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
She's bald!
I mean bald.
What do you think I mean bald? Bald! Bald! She's bald! She's bald!
Jack Suwinski made history, becoming the first rookie with 3 home runs, including a walk-off as the Pirates beat the Giants 4-3. The left fielder went 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, 3 RBI, and a walk. After the game, Suwinski said, "To do it on Father's Day with my dad here, I know it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to me. He's always been there. Just being able to share that, knowing he's here, it's awesome. It's hard to describe." His first home run came in the 4th inning to tie it at 2. 2 innings later, he hit an even deeper home run to right that gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead. His final home run was on the third pitch of the bottom of the ninth. That ball also went to right field. This is not his first walk-off. He had a walk-off after hitting one against the Diamondbacks. Suwinski is the second Pirate rookie to hit 3 home runs in a game, joining Andrew McCutchen.
A South Carolina country boy, he had learned how to bat from a Confederate veteran who had learned his baseball from Union soldiers in a northern prison camp. He had hoped to be a pitcher until he broke a batter's arm with a wild pitch. Jackson could neither read nor write, but he could hit. 408 in his rookie year. 356 lifetime, the third highest average in history. His home runs were called Saturday specials because most of the textile workers' games in which he got his start were played on Saturdays. And he hit them with a special 48-ounce bat, Black Betsy, made for him by a local lumberman from the north side of a hickory tree, and darkened with coat after coat of Jackson's tobacco juice. Ty Cobb himself thought Joe Jackson the greatest natural hitter I ever saw. He was called Shoeless Joe because he was said once to have been spotted in the minors playing in his socks when new shoes proved too tight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Got a couple of nuggets for you that I grabbed at the break. First of all, Charlie Morton has hit the 1800th strikeout of his career, so congrats to Charlie. First pitch on the way from Morton to Gurriel is down low for a ball. It's 1-0. Gurriel 0 for 1 with the ground out in the second. The 1-0 for Morton. Inside 2-0. Someone compiled this. I guess they figured out the entire payroll of these guys and compared them to the Mets as the 2-0 pitch is swing and a miss. Strike one. It's 2-1. Listen to this. So Scherzer, Verlander, Lindor, and Marte are making $140 million this year. The 2-1 pitch. Inside ball 3-1. So that's Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, Francisco Lindor, and Starlin Marte, equated into $140 million. The 3-1 on the way, off the plate wide, and it's a leadoff walk for Morton. Those same 4 players making the $140 million, this is what the Braves got for $140 million. Matt Olson, Charlie Morton, Marcelo Ozuna, Acuna, Iglesias, Riley, Fried, Rosario, Travis d'Arnaud, Albies, Michael Harris II, Minter, Murphy, Arcia, and Strider. And you wonder why they're 18.5 out of first. The first pitch on the way to Wendell is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Joey Wendell's 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Yeah, everybody knows that Cohen is basically made of money, and he was trying to spend his way out of it. But one thing that never gets addressed in this whole thing, he's got partners. He doesn't own the Mets solely, so he will have to answer to folks. And when they're spending all this money and not getting any kind of return, is the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Wendell's shaking his head. It was a nasty changeup that just died below the knees, below the hands, and there's one away. But eventually he's going to have to answer to the fact that if they're all going to continue whatnot, I think what you're going to see is the Mets dismantle their team and try to rebuild. First pitch on the way to Segura is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. It never seems to work in professional sports when you just try to buy your way in. Those teams always seem to fall flat no matter the sport. I guess maybe the NBA is the only difference, but you have so few moving parts. But baseball, football, the 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. I think what you're going to see, they're going to be stuck with a couple of those contracts, and I'm sure they're going to pay Alonso because he's coming up for free agency, and they'll match whatever offer. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. But I think you're going to see a bit of a youth movement. They're going to try to trade some of their whatever parts folks will take. That's the question. there was a report that came out this week that said Max Scherzer would be open to lifting his no trade clause. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it down the line. 2-2. Problem is, who wants him? Because he has an opt-in for next year. It's not the club option, it's the player option. So you're going to have to pay a guy who's long in the tooth for the rest of this year, and you'll have to pay him $43 next year. So I don't think that's going to happen. And the same thing with Verlander. The two of them are owed, if you count the rest of this year and next year, well over $120 million at this point. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's fouled back. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. The 2-2 on the way, swing, and fouled back. Do it again at 2-2. I wonder where that one Padres fan was that was giving such a hard time. Remember the Padres Braves series in Atlanta beginning of the year? That guy was roasting everybody. I haven't seen. He's under a rock hiding somewhere. So 1 on, 1 out. The 2-2 count. That's back when we had Dylan Dodd in the rotation giving up slammers. The 2-2 on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Making the catch is Harris on the run. Thinks about going to first, but the runner's going to get back in time. There's 2 away and 1 out. Yeah, any team can make it if they make the cut, but they are far back. The Mets are far back as well as the Padres. It's not just how many games you're back. We talked about this in the pregame, but the leapfrog you're going to have to make. Mets and Padres are at the bottom of the National League. First pitch on the way to Fortes is down and out for a ball. It's 1-0. There's a lot of teams they would have to leap over, including these Miami Marlins. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. It's 1-1. And a team like San Francisco, I think a lot of folks didn't expect them to be as good as they are this year. They don't look like they're going anywhere. Neither is Arizona. The 1-1 on the way. Fastball misses wide, 2-1. Talked about this on our Braves Country Today show that we do during the week. Live 3 to 5 if you haven't caught it. But I think 3 teams are coming out of that NL West. And I'm starting to think that the Padres aren't one of them. The 2-1 pitch right there on the edge, 2-2. Padres have the ability to get hot, but you really only have about 3 more weeks to get hot. And if you're not, you're going to be sellers, not buyers. The 2-2 from Morton, rocks and fires off the plate. Why that ball goes to the backstop. Runner will move up to second. It's a full count. The potential first run for the Miami Marlins now stands on second base in scoring position. Pitch was way outside wide. Murphy tried to backhand it. Never came close. So runner on second, 2 outs. The full count. Swing, and fouls it away. 95 up top. It's 3-2. Charlie Morton, I believe, will come back. There's an option on his contract, and I think he'll pitch 1 more year. I'd be shocked if he didn't. He's still pitching as well as just about anybody in the National League. The 3-2 pitch. Curveball. Got him! Strike 3. He was looking for the express and got the local. We'll be back in a flash. Uncle Charlie with the Charlie.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida.
just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
Two teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Bean Eaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 314 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, "Keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't." He once managed at least one hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as E-Yow. In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced law.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves heading to the bottom of the fifth. We lead at 6-0. All the runs were scored in the bottom of the first. Braves lead at 6-0. Riley, Olsen, and Murphy are due up. I'd love to see the Braves tack on a few more runs, keep this in cruise control mode. 6 runs in today's baseball just isn't what it used to be. Austin Riley steps in. Riley, 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch is just off the plate. Called for a ball. It's 1-0. Looked like it clipped the edge, but they're going to say it did not. Brazoban is out of the bullpen for the Marlins. The right-hander throws a 1-0 pitch for a strike. It's 1-1. Brazoban, hard-throwing right-hander. That one got up to 95, the 1-1 pitch swing, and that ball's grounded over towards third. Segura's got it, flips it over to first, a 5-3 put out for out number 1. We've seen Brazoban a few times before. He's got some hard stuff that tends to sink, but if you can get a hold of it. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. The Ice House is 1 for 2 with a single at first. He did score a run. First pitch off the edge, 85, misses. It's 1-0. Braves Country Baseball, we're here tonight. We'll be back Monday night. Sunday, we will have the live chat as the 1-0 pitch misses high. 2-0. Tend not to do many Sunday games. That tends to be family, but the 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high, but not very deep. He just got underneath that. It's going to be a high skyscraper. Luis Arias will make the catch in shallow right field. It's a F4 for out number 2. Be back Monday night for the Cleveland Indians. I'll never stop saying that. Cleveland Guardians. That is a 7:10 first pitch, so a little earlier than normal. 4th of July, same deal. We'll have the chat up. Got to step aside for the nation's birthday. And Wednesday night, Friday night, Saturday night, we'll bring all that action to you. First 2 games of the Tampa Bay series. First pitch on the way to Murph is fouled off, change up inside. It's 0-1. That'll head us to the All-Star break. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. 0-2, excuse me. So 2 down and an 0-2 count. Murph trying not to make it a quick inning. Pitch on the way down below the knees. It's 1-2. Huascar Brazoban. Every time I think of that, I see him, I think of Huascar Ynoa. Wonder how he's faring these days. The 1-2 pitch, grounded foul. Do it again at 1-2. Heading towards the 6th inning, so it's almost time to turn back time. Had an interesting birthday today. The 1-2 pitch, swinging, just got a piece of that, but it's going to be a high fly ball into center field. That'll be out number 3. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the order for the Marlins coming to the plate.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important this is? You're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field, marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there. Oh, there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
Let him pick. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up. Who? What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
At the turn of the century, Major League veterans often refused even to speak to new players. Once, early in his career, a shy young outfielder dared compliment a New York Giant for hitting a home run. "Nice hit," he said. The veteran answered, "Go to hell." The young player was Honus Wagner, on his way to becoming the greatest player in the National League.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 6-0. Amen to that, Shannon. What is the deal? What is it going to take to get Charlie Culberson in a game? I mean, we won 16-4 last night. He didn't get in. First pitch on the way from Charlie to Arias is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Grounded up the middle, and that'll get through for a base hit. In between the 4-6 hole, leadoff single for Luis Arias, who continues to chase 400. One on, one out, or one on, nobody out, excuse me. Jorge Soler coming to the plate. It's more wishful thinking there, right? The Braves have got the infield shaded towards the left side. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss strike. Cutter on the outer edge, it's 0-1. Soler heading towards the dugout. I don't know if something happened to he's needing something. I don't know if he lost grip of his bat or what the deal is. Mets lead the Giants 4-0. That game is in the 7th. Looks like Verlander is dealing. He's got just 79 pitches through 6 innings heading into the 7th. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. 1-1. Morton looks in. He's got a 1-1 count on Soler. The wind up the fire. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Braves Country Baseball, please hit that like and subscribe button. Looks like the Texas Rangers have a 3-0 lead on Houston in the top of the 6th. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouled away. Do it again. 1-2. Kirby Yates is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. Charlie Morton is at 91 pitches. We'll see if he can get through this inning, give him a quality start. The 1-2 pitch. Off the plate wide, 2-2. And just as I mentioned it, the Mets are metting. It's they put bases on runners on first and third, nobody out there in the 7th. The Giants have. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's banged foul down the third base line. So we'll do it again at 2-2. Another just horrible throw by Pete Alonso. He sailed one into the outfield. Trying to get it to second on a double play attempt. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high. It's a can of corn near second base. Ozzie Albies will make the catch, and there's out number 1. So a big out number 1, because now a ground ball could get you out of the inning. Charlie Morton (94 pitches). Mets lead the Giants now 4-1. The first pitch on the way to De La Cruz is off the edge, called for a wide strike. He didn't like it. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Morton, from Morton, the wind up to pitch, down below the knees, 1-1. So he started with the cutter on the outer edge and then went to the changeup, tried to get him to swing over the top. That would be a perfect double play ball, right? De La Cruz with good speed, but not blinding speed. The 1-1 pitch. Way outside wide, 2-1. De La Cruz does have 9 home runs on the year. The 2-1 delivery. Just misses outside, ball 3-1. So Charlie could be looking at his last batter if he doesn't get him here. Jazz Chisholm on deck. He's at 98 pitches. The 3-1 lets it fly. Swing, and that ball is hammered down the left field line into the upper deck, but foul. Ball was rocketed into the second deck. Foul by, we'll say, 50 feet, though. The 3-2 pitch. Winds up and lets it go. That ball's belted, and making the catch is Eddie Rosario for out number 2. Hit it pretty hard, but Braves had him defended perfectly. So Charlie Morton is at the century mark. 100 pitches. They're 2 away, and Jazz Chisholm will come to the plate. Snicker's going to give him a chance to get this last out. Standing on deck would be Cooper. Braves lead at 6-0. The first pitch on the way. Fastball top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Runner on first, 2 out. Chisholm has already hit a home run this year in Truist Park. The 0-1 pitch inside, 1-1. Charlie Morton Lets it fly. The 1-1 misses outside wide, 2-1. Morton sitting at 103 pitches. He will get an extra day of rest next go around, as the Braves will have Thursday off. The 2-1 on the way in the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. So now ball 3-1. So Charlie trying to get Chisholm to chase after that off speed in the dirt has now got himself in trouble. 3-1. Yates looks like he's ready to rock. Standing on deck is the right-handed Cooper. The 3-1 pitch lets it fly right there at the knees for a strike. It's 3-2. So full count to Jazz. Runner on first, 2 outs. So Arias will be on the move. He's got good speed. Timeout is called by Jazz. Uses his timeout to reset. Big pitch here. Charlie would love to get the quality start. Braves fans are clapping, trying to push him along one more time. The 106th pitch of the day. Swinging, that ball is rifled into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Arias will get over to third as he was on the move. And there's runners on the corners and 2 away. Snickers coming out of the dugout. So that'll be it for Charlie. So close to a quality start. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. David Ortiz was actually sued by Jay-Z in 2010. Ortiz had opened up a nightclub in the Dominican Republic called 4040, which Jay-Z thought was too similar to his nightclubs, named the 4040 Club. Ortiz and Jay-Z reached an agreement, and the trademark infringement lawsuit was settled out of court.
World air quality is at an all-time low.
But hey, that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. New from Mattel, it's the greenhouse gas gun. Do you hate the snowman next door? Use the greenhouse gas gun. There is simply no end to the amount of fun and respiratory disease you can have with the greenhouse gas gun.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
I think baseball is a great support to people who have emotional voids, gaps, emotional difficulties. That is to say, all of us. Those parts of us that don't function well, those parts of us that are sad or depressed, not every day, they can really use baseball. It isn't just the child in a wheelchair or the shut-in senior citizen listening to the radio that needs the game. There's part of us, part of everybody who's a baseball fan, that needs the game at that level.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. As we wait for Kirby Yates to finish up his warm-up tosses, it's time to turn back time. On this date, July 1st, of course, happy Bobby Bonilla Day as the Mets continue to pay his freight. On this date in 1859, the first college baseball game was ever played. Amherst defeats their arch rival Williams College 73-32. The contest is played under Massachusetts rule. A square field with no foul territories takes place near the corner of North Street and Maplewood in Pittsfield, Massachusetts in 1859. First pitch on the way from Yates is off the plate wide to Cooper, and it's 1-0, righty-righty matchup. On this date in 1902, en route to a 2-0 victory over Baltimore, left-handed hurler Rube Waddell is the 1-0 pitch in the dirt, 2-0. Rube Waddell playing in his first game for Connie Mack's Philadelphia A's faces the minimum 27 batters, striking out 13 in Oreo Park. In the sixth frame, the 25-year-old southpaw becomes the first American League pitcher to toss an immaculate inning. It's a 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that he misses not only the ball, but the bat comes flying out of his hand, slaps up against the screen behind the backstop. He'll put some sticky stuff on there and head back to the plate. Rube Waddell's immaculate inning, fanning Billy Gilbert, Harry Howell, and Jack Cronin on 9 consecutive pitches, and that was in 1902. The 2-1 pitch. Off the plate wide. Ball 3, 3-1. Rube Waddell, one of my favorite players. In the Once Upon a Pastime series that we're doing here, he is definitely on the docket. The 3-1. Lets it go off the plate wide. Ball 4. And Yates has loaded the bases. There's 2 outs. And Yuri Gurriel's coming to the plate. This date, 1916. The 42-year-old Pittsburgh Pirate shortstop Honus Wagner becomes the oldest player to hit an inside-the-park home run when he goes deep in the 4th inning off the Reds. First pitch on the way from Yates is off the plate wide again, 1-0. Murphy's going to go out there and talk to him for a second. The round tripper will be the Flying Dutchman's last home run of his storied career, finishing with 101, including 41 of those inside the park home runs during his 21-year career. Of course, things were much different back then. A lot of these stadiums did not have defined outfields, so you did have a lot more inside the park home runs. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The 1-0 pitch from Yates. Ball 2, 2-0. Misses way outside wide. Really isn't hitting his target. Wonder how long they'll go with Yates. Obviously, he has to face the minimum 3 batters, but he is not looking good. Yates has looked so good coming out of the pen here recently, but struggling here. The 2-0 pitch misses wide. Ball. No, they're going to call that a strike. That was a gift. We'll take it. It's 2-1. Fastball missed off the edge, but we will take that one all day long. So maybe that'll get him going here. The 2-1 pitch. Rocks and deals. Swing and a miss. Splitter got him out in front, 2-2. So Yates now 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. Braves country rooting him on. Bases loaded, 2 outs, the 2-2 pitch down below the knees, ball 3. So now you got a big problem because the runners are going to be on the move. With a full count and pretty good speed on the base paths. The payoff pitch. Yates lets it fly. Got him! Strike 3. Gurriel wanted the walk, but it was right in that same spot. We're out of the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves.
Bad check, dumbass.
Holy crap.
No, it is not a bad check. We just want to say goodnight, and we love you very, very much. What are you doing?
Oh, just nailing his window shut for his own good.
What if there's a fire?
Well, then I guess you can just light your dope with it, dopehead.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
Armchair.
If you look at pictures of, say, the 1915 Pirates, you're going to see a very different kind of face than you see today. Hard men. Baseball at that point was a way out of the mines. This was a way for immigrant Americans to make a career. And they were tough men, hungry young men coming after the established older men. Baseball was played with a ferocity of kind of life and death, which in a sense it was for these players. So it represented the rise of American striving in a certain way.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-0, and we will go back to work with Marcell Ozuna at the plate. First pitch to Marcell is inside and low for a strike. It's 1-0-1. In the middle of the inning, Alan Porter, home plate umpire, tossed Shoemaker, the manager for the Marlins, as he was arguing balls and strikes. He'd had enough. The 0-1 pitch. Right there, off the edge, it's 1-1. I don't know if that's a live look, but they're still showing Shoemaker in the dugout. If he's been tossed, he's got to go. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. That is the case. I would think Luis Arena will take over as the bench coach, would move up to the manager position. The 1-1 banged off the plate, 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count on Ozuna. He's 1 for 2. Got a double. A weird bounce that hit the bag and high hopped for a 2 RBI double. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate, we called strike 3. Ozuna wants to argue with Porter, and Porter is getting in his face. And Ozuna's got a point, but I'll tell you this. It evens out, so I'll take Ozuna's strikeout, considering we got a gift strikeout. With the bases juiced last inning. First pitch on the way to Rosario. It's 98 at the knees. It's 0-1. He also has to understand that that's probably, umpires are known to do this. If they think they may have screwed up the call, they're going to give it back to you quick. The 0-1's in the dirt. It's 1-1. So with that being said, Ozuna's got to be aware when he comes to the plate that there's a chance he's going to get rung up, and it's almost the exact same spot. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. One out, a 1-2 count. Brazoban lets it fly off the plate wide, 2-2. So Brazoban, who is in his second inning of work. If you're just joining us, Yuri Perez, the young phenom, was knocked out after just a third of an inning, gave up 6 earned runs and 7 hits. The 2-2's off the edge. It's 3-2. He was bailed out by Soriano, who came in, really pitched well, 3 2/3, 3 strikeouts and a walk, and Brazoban's been in here since. 3-2 pitch swung on, popped up. Will it stay in play? It will. Segura has it in foul territory for out number 2. So 2 down. The Marlins feed, by the way, keeps showing the ejection. And then they keep showing the manager in the dugout. So I'm a little confused. Maybe he didn't toss. I'll have to check on that. First pitch on the way to Arcia. He cannot buy a base hit. It's a hard hit ball against the shift. Backhanded stab by the first baseman. Good play by Gurriel. He tosses it to Brasban covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this day, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spaulding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spaulding on it in big black letters. And for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Please hit that like button. We've got Nick Anderson coming into the game. Haven't seen him in a few outings. Going to try to get him some work. Masataka Yoshida left the Red Sox game today. Apparent leg injury. Try to find out what's going on with that. Trying to see an update on what happened. No one has updated who got thrown out, but Alan Porter tossed somebody, yet they keep showing the manager. First pitch on the way to Wendell is a check swing strike right there across the plate. It's 0-1. So Yates, who struggled to get that final out, not being asked to go back out. There are some rain clouds out in the distance. The 0-1 pitch swung on and drops it down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for the Marlins. So I'm taking a wild guess that the Braves beat writers have taken the weekend off, the 4th of July weekend off, because I'm just noticing none of them are tweeting during this game. So I'm going to try to find it on the Marlins side. First pitch on the way to Segura is called for a strike. It's 0-1. Something like that, they usually tweet out pretty quickly. Low 1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. One on, nobody out. The 1-1 from Anderson. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards second. Ozzy's got it, flips it to Arcia. Arcia fires it over to first. It's a 6-4-3. Just beats it out of Segura to stop the double play. So 1 down and 1 on. It'll be Segura standing on second. So, excuse me, Segura standing on first. Beat it by about a length and a half. Segura still runs well even in his mid-30s. First pitch on the way to Fortes is called for a strike. It's 0-1. And this tells you how big of a fan base the Miami Marlins have. The 0-1 pitch on the way, 1-1. There hasn't been anything tweeted out since June 7th. So I give up. I'm pretty sure it was Shoemaker because they kept showing him, but then he reappeared in the dugout. So I'm not sure what happened. Someone from the Marlins got ejected. The 1-1 pitch called for a strike. It's 1-2. It was either him or it was someone on the coaching staff. If someone finds out, if you could put it in the chat. And they wonder why they say the Marlins are probably going to move to Montreal or Nashville one day. The 1-2 from Anderson. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep into left field, going back on the track, making the catch. A loud out for out number 2, Fortes, right in front of the 375 sign. That thing went about 373 feet. So now 1 down and 2 away, and Luis Arias comes to the plate. Arias does have 3 home runs on the year, but a 389 batting average is what his focus has been. First pitch on the way is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Anderson lets it go. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards Riley. He's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout to end the inning. So Marlins put one on but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
He doesn't know when he's being mean because the part of his brain that should know is getting a wedgie from the rest of his brain.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. While warming up for a game in 1983.
All right! I can't see you. Let me hear you. 1, 2, 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I need a peanut and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. They don't win in the game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Dylan Floro is coming on for the Miami Marlins. There might just be a thing where, well, I'm done guessing on who got kicked out. We are having another issue with the lights. Alan Porter is telling them to turn the lights on because we are getting some darker clouds in the area. Hopefully the rain will stay away till after the game. There is rain expected in the area. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Floro, the right-hander, looks in and lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's rifled back, ricocheted off the glove of Fortes. Quickly 0-2. Harris is 0 for 2 with a fly out and a ground out. The 0-2 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. The windup and the deal. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Harris is down on strikes. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna hit a home run to lead this game off. He's 1 for 3. Now with 21 homers on the season, the first pitch on the way to Ronald is a changeup, kind of handcuffed him inside. It's 0-1. Ronnie now with the 10-14 OPS, the 0-1 pitch in the dirt. 1-1. I think if you ask most folks right now, if the voting took place now, which is the halfway point, we have finished 81 games. Acuna would be the runaway winner for the National League MVP. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Floro lets it fly. Swing and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Acuna. Guess the next big thing everyone will be keeping an eye on down the stretch is, can he get hot and get closer to 50 home runs? If so, he'd be on pace for a 50-50 season. The 1-2's in the dirt. It's 2-2. Be a tall order. He's not quite in. I'm almost concerned that he would get out of his game if he went for it. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded on the over to the left side. Shortstop's got it. Wendell flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2. Two down. We'll bring up Ozzie Albies. He hit a home run. He's 1 for 3. First pitch to Ozzie is just nips the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Ozzie looked back like, I don't know about that one. I'm sure Porter's like, it's 6-0, the 7th inning, and I can see rain clouds. That's a strike. The 0-1 pitch misses high, 1-1. Really starting to get darker in the area. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is ripped over to third. A diving catch, leaping catch, rather, by Segura for out number 3. Good play by the third baseman. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 6-0 heading to the 8th.
Okay, you guys, look, I know this is none of my business, but I have to ask. What's Sheldon's deal?
What do you mean deal?
You know, like, what's his deal? Is it girls, guys, sock puppets?
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
How to improve your dining room by the Home Depot. New wood floors, new paint on the walls. Sure, you know us for that. But how about a new dining room table? Matching chairs? Bar stools? How about free and flexible delivery with easy online returns? Now you can explore decor in a whole new way. Save now on furniture. Everything for your home. Everything from HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done. U.S. only, valid through September 7th. Limitations apply.
Baseball has these absolutely unique sounds. The sounds of spring, of summer, drift out across the fields. You know, the sound of the ball against the bat is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know any American male that doesn't hear that in the springtime and get called back to some moment in the past or summer days in the past.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 6-0. We're heading to the 8th inning, and Jorge Soler will be leading this off. Ben Heller coming to the mound. Heller, the tall right-hander, comes in with a .338 average ERA. 4 walks, 9 strikeouts, and 5 1/3 innings. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is 95 up and in, 1-0. Mets did beat the Giants. They held on 4-1. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high. Should be playable. Acuna's coming under in, and he will make the catch for out number 1. That'll bring Brian De La Cruz to the plate. De La Cruz, he is 0 for 3. Righty-righty matchup. Texas leads Houston 4-0. That game is in the 8th. First pitch on the way is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. That was Nathan Eovaldi on the mound again for Texas, and the young Hunter Brown for Houston. Pretty good pitching duel. The 0-1 misses outside wide. It's 1-1. Braves 6, Marlins nothing. Braves got all their runs in the first inning. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide. Good Lord Almighty. 2-1. That went all the way to the backstop. Cardinals pounded the Yankees 11-1. They're in a rain delay in St. Louis. It's part of a doubleheader because of the rain out last night. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Orlando's got it. He'll fire it across the diamond. It's a 6-3, out number 2. Boston leads Toronto 7-5. That game is in the 9th. And there's a perfect game going by Corbin Burns. Still a long way to go there in the 6th inning versus Pittsburgh. First pitch on the way to Jazz Chisholm is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1-1. That first pitch, Jazz didn't like it. Said something to the umpire, but, I mean, it was right there. I don't know what he could possibly be arguing about that one. The 0-1 pitch, outside wide, 1-1. All in all, Porter's called a pretty good game. The only thing you can say is that he's had a couple of calls that he blew that made a big difference for the Marlins. The 2-1 swing, and that ball's lifted into left field, drifting back on the track. Making the catch just before the wall is Eddie Rosario. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Riley, Olsen, and Murphy coming to the plate.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago.
Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game! This stinks! This is total BS!
This is... Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my Lasorda tape?
This is total...
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire broadcast.
Yes. And
Okay.
teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers, and we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn. And there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this. And he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name. Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves 6-0. We're going to grab the bats. Appears that as soon as I said something, you're not supposed to say anything if you're covering the game, but if you're not covering the game, it doesn't matter. As soon as I said something about that perfect game, Burns walked a guy, so he still has a no-hitter going. I think he's walked 2 now. First pitch on the way to Riley is swung on. That ball's going to get dumped into left field. Cutting it off is De La Cruz. Riley's going to try to turn it into 2, and he's safe. Riley comes in with a foot-first slide and gets all the way to second base, taking advantage of the fact that the Marlins are playing their defense very, very deep. So the De La Cruz kept it from going to the wall. He was a long way away, and looking at the replay, it does look like Riley just got in. So that'll bring Olsen to the plate. Olsen takes the first pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Sorry, I thought I took that card off. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's roasted down the right field line, up against the wall. That'll be an RBI double for Matt Olsen, and the Braves lead it 7-0. So we finally get that extra point. Maybe I should leave that card back up. That was good luck. Braves lead it 7-0. Good piece of hitting. I think I failed to mention that Okert is coming out of the bullpen. He has faced 2 batters the left hand. He's the one they got to last night. With Marlins down 6-0 here in the 8th, they're not going to use their back end guys. First pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Braves 7. Marlins nothing. The 0-1 pitch grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. Murphy's 1 for 3. He has an RBI double. That took place in the first inning where all the runs were scored until just moments ago. The 0-2 pitch to Sean. Inside, hits him. Appears to be okay. Must not have gotten him flush because Murph does not wear any protective gear on his arm. Looks like he got him on the back tricep. That'll probably leave a bruise, but he should be okay. And he'll have the day off tomorrow anyways with the late afternoon going into a day game, it should be Darnold on the field. Philadelphia 19-4 over Washington in the 7th. I didn't even see that update. Good Lord. Thanks for nothing, Washington. Jeez. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is swung on and hit hard on the ground foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Marcel digs in inside. 1-1. So Burns is still going out there. He only now has a no-hitter going, I believe. He's 76 pitches in. I don't know if they'll let him. It'll be one of those combined deals if they go the distance. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is laced into right field. Making the catch is Soler. He's going to try to double up Olsen, but he gets back to second on time, and there's one away. Ball was hit pretty hard. Minnesota held on and beat Baltimore 1-0. Man, Baltimore's not scoring at all in that series. So 1 down and 2 on. And Kevin Pillar will come on to hit for Rosario. First pitch on the way to Kevin is right there at the knees on the outer edge. Taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Kevin Pillar batting .260 on the year. 6 homers, 17 RBI, 786 in a limited platoon role. Has played well. The 0-1 pitch down near the shoe tops. 1-1. The 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Ben's foul back behind home plate. And into the stands, 1-2. So 2 on. Runners on first and second in the form of Olsen and Murphy. Pillar has a 1-2 count on him as he faces the southpaw righty-lefty matchup. On deck is Orlando. The 1-2 pitch. Way outside wide. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is belted high, but not deep enough. Making the catch is Jazz. He'll fire it back into the infield. The runners will stay put for out number 2. So 2 down and 2 on. Orlando Arcia now set to face the left-hander. The first pitch on the way to Orlando is up and in for a strike. It's 0-1. I'm going to refresh this real quick. I think the screen is frozen. The 0-1 pitch. Misses high, 1-1. One count to Orlando. Lets it fly. Inside, ball 2, 2-1. Runner on first and second. 2 outs. The 2-1 pitch. Okert lets it go. Off-speed pitch on the outer edge. 2-2. Okert works really slow compared to everyone else with the new pitch clock rules. I wonder if that might have something to do with him getting pounded the way he does. The 2-2 pitch. Okert lifts and lets it go. Swing, and that ball is hit right on the screws, but it's an atom ball to second base, and that'll end the inning. Arcia, another good ball hit, but right at the defense. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What does it take to break you? What does it take to break your focus because you get frustrated about what happened on the last play? What does it take to make you give in? What does it take to break you? It's going to be difficult because you're getting yourself ready to play an entire season at a high level.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! And the Crimson Tide has once again ascended to the top of the college football mountain.
Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated.
Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him. Teague's got the ball.
Well, congratulations to the LSU Tigers, the 2008 BCS National Champion.
Armchair.
SEC!
Roger Connor of the New York Giants was the era's greatest home run hitter. He smashed 138 during his career, a record which would stand until Babe Ruth came along.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves. Lead the Miami Marlins. Total of 7-0. We scored 6 in the first, 1 in the 8th. And Atlanta, 3 outs away from taking the series. And Joe Jimenez coming in to close the deal. The first pitch on the way from Joe is a slider, swung on and miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Right there, top of the zone. Clip the inside corner. It's 0-2. Plar will stay in to play left field. Joe Jimenez trying to give the back of that bullpen some rest. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it out of play. Do it again, 0-2. So if the Braves assume they hold on here and Joe can slam the door, we'll go into that last game of the Miami series with Raisel Iglesias and AJ Minter both well rested. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is lined right at Pilar for out number 1. L7 in your book. Good play by Pilar. I also believe that if you read the tea leaves of the last few weeks, they're grooming Jimenez as the secondary closer in situations where either Iglesias needs rest or he's getting banged around. You got to go get somebody. First pitch on the way from Gurriel to Gurriel from Jimenez is swung on and lined into center field for a single. It's 1 on and 1 out. And he's battling back from that back injury. Every outing, he seems to get a little more velocity. When the Braves made that trade with Detroit in the offseason, they knew he was coming off the back surgery. And when he came out of spring training, they knew it was going to be in fact, a lot of folks didn't think he was going to break with the team. The first pitch on the way is inside and off the plate. It's 1-0. Remember reading a lot of reports at the time that thought that he was going to be on extended spring training on the IL. The 1-0 pitch misses outside wide, 2-0. And so it's easy for us fans to forget that. You get in the middle of the season, you're like, man, this guy's getting tagged around. He's not doing this, he's not doing that. He's still working back. He's just getting to the point where he's throwing mid to high 90s, which is why they went to get him. The 2-0 pitch right there at the knees, 95, 2-1. Think about the Braves doing all this without Kyle Wright and Max Fried. It's really crazy. The 2-1 from Joe. Lets it fly. Outside ball 3-1. Joey Wendell has a 3-1 to his advantage. The pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Drifting back, making the catch is Kevin Pillar again for out number 2. So Pillar comes off the bench and wipes the sleepies out of his eyes, and the first thing he gets is 2 hard hit balls right at him into left field. Marlins down to their very last out. 1 on, 2 away. Righty-righty matchup. Jean Segura takes the first pitch, just misses off the plate. It's 1-0. Tried to get that bender out there to clip the zone. It was close. Looked like it might have got it. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. Yeah, they called that low as well. 2-0. Really strange. He's getting the benefit of the doubt. Down 7-0 with 2 outs in the 9th. I'm sure the Marlins are like, where has that been? The 2-0 pitch right there, top of the zone. That one he'll call a strike. It's 2-1. Braves 7, Miami nothing. Braves have outscored Miami 23-4 in the first 2 games. The 2-1 pitch right there, called for a strike. 94 right down the pipe. So the Atlanta Braves fans are coming to their feet. Marlins down to the last strike. The 2-2. Swing and fouls it out of play. We'll do it again. Got a 2-2 count. Please make sure to hit that like on your way out today. Braves Country Baseball comes your way daily. Your home for Braves Country coverage. Standing room only now here at Truist Park. The 2-2 pitch. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted into right field. Making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. And sit him down, Joe. His fingers was so. That'll do it. Braves win. Braves win. Atlanta Braves win. 7-0 over Miami. Acuna will gritty his way towards the middle of the infield and do the celebration with Pillar and Harris. Blooper will grab the flag and run out of the back of the bullpen. The Braves will give high fives. Braves win it. They get the series. And they also have a chance for the sweep tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll be Spencer Strider versus Sandy Alcantara, last year's Cy Young winner. Braves win it 7-0 in a game where they jumped out on top 6-0 and then rode the pitching. Charlie Morton, we'll give him the game ball. 5 2/3, 5 strikeouts, just 1 walk and 4 hits allowed. Good game by Charlie. Your numbers look like this. Marlins, no runs, 6 hits, and no errors. Braves, 7 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. The Atlanta Braves will improve, and now they are 8 games in front of the Miami Marlins, who came in here on a 5-game winning streak. The Braves, who are minus 170 on the money line, They won in the under hit if you were out in Vegas. The attendance, a sellout crowd, 41,889, so just over 700 more than capacity. And the game, pretty tidy game considering there were 6 runs scored in the beginning. 2 hours and 31 minutes. Braves have scored 23 runs, and the 2 games have taken just over 5 hours, 5 hours and 1 minute over the last 2 nights. Braves will be back at it tomorrow. We'll have the chat up. We'll be back out play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch. Come Monday, we go to Cleveland for a series against a team that they are at the top of the AL Central as well. So not an easy week. And then it's off to Tampa Bay. We'll be scoreboard watching the rest of the night. If Tampa loses tonight, that game starts in about a half hour. The Braves will have the best record in baseball. Y'all have a great night. Braves win 7-0, and hopefully Strider can go out there and complete the sweep. That was the one game that I felt the most easy about going into the series, and now we got the first 2 in our back pocket. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. Make sure to hit that like and please subscribe today. Braves win it 7-0. Enjoy your Saturday night and happy 4th of July.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekday. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.